Okay, if you are the toughest, smartest person in any particular room, get the hell out. Get the hell out of that room, man. Because trouble is around the corner. If you are, right, the toughest. So all hell breaks. Yeah, all I'm doing is getting rid of get the hell out. Get the hell out of that room. To reiterate, but I got it, right? So I need a smarter, like, producer, soundboard engineer. But we got the important stuff taken care of, which are the picks. Right now we're at 111 up, 65 down, 63%. Profit is 40,450. Actually, that was last week. So we broke even, right? We broke even. So let me get to this week. So we're 124 up. We are 78 down, 61%. Okay, 61%. And we're at that same level. So we're at 39,800. So basically, I call that break even, because when you break even, you're actually in profit. Because Melissa and I, we enjoy watching the games, and we laughed, we cried,
Yeah.
we got mad. So like Jim Valvano said it first, and then I got one of my favorite. The guy's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, John Calipari, the head coach of your Kentucky Wildcats. And he said, in a day, if you haven't laughed, if you haven't cried, if you haven't been sad, if you haven't been happy, if you didn't feel anything, right? If you didn't, as long as you felt something, right? Then it's a good day. It means you're alive.
You're right.
So that was us last week, breaking even. And 61% NFL people say you can't do it. 52.5% is break even. All right. 59% you can live in Vegas. So we're 2 percentage points ahead of that. But I understand how important listening is. I talked about it in the Hawthorne effect. And by myself listening to Melissa, appreciating her intelligence, yes, she's beautiful. Yes, she's stunning. But she's not just a pretty face. She's very, very, very intelligent. And by listening to her picks, Chicago on the money line last week, it put money in my pocket. And that's every single podcast has a purpose and outcome. That's a purpose. And that was the outcome of listening to Melissa. So how do you feel, Melissa?
I feel good. Last week was a difficult week, but this week we're gonna hopefully have a better, not so crazy calls week.
Right.
On the refs.
Right, but we don't blame the refs. We get ahead of them. Why are they making? Why did 11-2 home teams win on a crisis war weekend?
Right.
Why did that happen? Yeah.
It was crazy.
Why did a referee from Philadelphia calling it an Eagles game called and had his crew call, because he can't do it by himself, right?
Yeah.
Whoever you want to blame for anything, it's never that one person.
No.
People that did it, right? Oh, the guy's a serial killer. Yeah, he's a serial killer, but what was the home environment, right? What happened, right? So serial killer, it's never just one person. It's like, what is his environment? Why did he feel comfortable calling 10 penalties on the Dolphins and 0 on the Eagles?
It's so crazy.
Right? And so you get ahead of it. So the next time that situation comes up, like Elon Musk says, you find out the truth. So you know the truth and you can predict outcomes.
Exactly.
Poor middle class people like me don't have the access to the truth that Elon Musk has. So we can get close to the truth. We can track things. That's what the Hawthorne effect is all about. I did a really good one this week. Listen to it, people. And we talk about that whatever you track and you measure you improve its performance by 10 to 20%. So let's say last week we were break even, which is we were 50, and Melissa did a good job breaking it down. We were, what was our percentage, Melissa? I think it was 51%,
Yeah,
51.9%.
yeah.
So by tracking what we did last week, learning from it, feeling the humiliation, crying about it, screaming about it, right? Like the Greeks said, through suffering, by suffering, you learn. So if that's true, that if you suffer, if you feel a lot of pain, if you feel a lot of humiliation, you know, if you're feeling a lot of shame, that makes you intelligent, that I must be a genius, man. But no, it helps us with it helps us with sports betting. So in this case, we're 51.7% last week. 20%, we're back to 70%.
Mm-hmm.
70%, when you're consistently at 70%, you're at the top of the sports betting industry. So that's what we're going to do this year. We want to get to 70% each week, and then maybe we'll be 67, 68, 69. I call that 70.
Exactly.
If things happen. What do you think about that, Melissa?
Yeah, no, that sounds great. We're gonna be consistent this year at that 70%. We just had a rough week, and that's, I mean, it's expected to happen.
Yes.
Can't be perfect all the time.
Yeah, and we have lives, right? It was just start World War III. Actually, I'm proud that we broke even. If we're like 70% with a breakout of World War III.
Yeah.
And then, like I say, the highest level of probability is 80%.
Mhm.
But if somebody's hitting 80%, then you got to think they're Andy Reid, right?
Yeah.
Andy Reid has one kid who committed suicide. One kid that he was, the mom said he suffered through neglect because all Andy Reid did was football. And I think it was part of the divorce agreement that the kid had to be on his staff. He was a linebacker coach. And that guy on the way to the Super Bowl, what is it with a pound of cocaine, right? Robert Ursay had a pound of cocaine. This guy had a pound of cocaine. It's like, what kind of stuff are you getting, and what are they cutting it with? If you're getting really good stuff, a pound of cocaine will kill you.
Yeah.
I know coke addicts who don't want a pound of cocaine, pure cocaine.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't know these guys. If I was a pound of cocaine, now he's in life in prison because Andy Reid, to win Super Bowls and be elite, neglected his family. We don't do that. We'd rather be 70% in the richest country in the world, and we can live off that.
Right.
Happy, right? 59% you can live in Vegas. 70% you're elite level, and you're living in abundance. All right.
Right.
So first game I'm going to look at, Willis. What is it?
Page is loading.
All right.
Oh, here we go. The Buccaneers and the Bills.
The Tampa Bay Succaneers, as we used to call them when I lived in Tampa. And this independently rich guy by the name of Bernard Friedman, looked at name, Google it up. He used to come to the restaurant. And when I found out who he was, independently wealthy, he was an attorney, who then turned into an economist after he retired, but he retired young. So he became independently wealthy as an attorney in his late 40s. And I asked him, what's your investment strategy? He's like, Josh, you see with your eyes. And I remember commenting, the more the weeks go by, I encourage people to listen to the NFL preview Melissa and I did with Agent Rob, where we talked about Tampa Bay wanting to trade Mike Evans. Is ridiculous. And then Tampa Bay kind of fooled us with that win on the road against the Vikings. But O'Connell's a long-term thinker. Salesmen think short-term. Businessmen and women think long-term. So now we know how this kid's thinking. He's a very smart kid, O'Connell. He really didn't care about that first game. Neither does the Bengals coach LaFleur. And they're all Andy Reid guys from the Andy Reid football mafia family. He has mentored a lot of NFL coaches versus mentoring his own flesh and blood. But I digress. Those guys blow off the first 6 weeks of the season. And they don't completely blow it off. They have professional players. They play vanilla. They play basic stuff. So if you have a starter who usually plays 50 snaps, then in the first 6 games, he plays 25 snaps to keep him fresh for later in the season. So it fooled us. The Tampa Bay beat Minnesota first game of the season. Todd Bowles, great defensive coach. I thought, they had Shaq Barrett, Levante David, Whitfield's a great cornerback. I thought that defense would be rolling. And then Todd Bowles, another Andrew Reid guy, who's on Andrew Reid's staff, he only cares about division games and home games. But last week, Tampa Bay, I watched most of that game and listened to that radio.
Yep.
They showed how bad they are and how our original thoughts about them are correct. They are a pathetic team that's basically tanking, going into the hornet's nest in Buffalo. Buffalo's pissed off. Buffalo has problems. I think McDermott's going to end up being fired. So what I think is that McDermott is going to be fired. As a wealth manager, our job here on this podcast is to predict things, to get to the truth, get ahead of them, they make money off. I'm predicting McDermott's eventually going to get fired. Brian Daboll is going to end up being the coach of the Bills. He's the one who's gotten the most out of Josh Allen. And Martindale, the defensive coordinator, will end up being the head coach of the Giants. But being mindful and being present, Thursday night, the Bills will blow out the Buccaneers.
Oh, yeah. Baker
Mayfield is a shadow of himself. And I think this game is going to go under because Tampa Bay can't score. Now, what I'm afraid of is the Bills getting mad and winning the game 52-0 and going over by themselves.
I know, right?
The way LSU did in the Army game.
Oh, gosh.
I was wrong on that. I thought LSU would call off the dogs. And they didn't. They kept hammering Army. But I digress. I like the Bills +7 is what I got early. I like it to be under 43 points because Tampa Bay can't score. And McDermott's history, which he showed against Belichick, which he shouldn't have, was to try to grind it out, keep his defense fresh because he's a defensive guy. You keep games under. So you have 2 defensive coaches going against each other. Historically, that'll go under. Historical trends, statistics are great. However, you cannot use them and bet blindly. They're a factor for you to make the decision. They do not make the decision for you. Right? Because we teach here fundamental analysis, we teach decision science, return to the mean. All of those are great tools. But in them by themselves, you can't use them to predict every game. You have to do a little bit of research. So reading the Tampa Bay Times and the Buffalo Star, I like the Bills -7, under 45. What do you think, Willis?
Yeah, I got the Bills at -8, unfortunately. I was a little late. But I mean, yeah, so I agree that, with what you're saying. I originally thought that the game was going to go over. So I've been kind of flip-flopping on the over-under. But I feel like it's probably, it might go under. I'm still a little uncertain, but I'm gonna stick with under for now and hope that it stays.
Right. The only way I think it'll go over under these circumstances because New England offense, which has been horrible, overperformed. Right.
Yeah.
The defensive coaches are yelling at the Buffalo players, right?
Yeah.
Getting hyped up. They said, you need to shut out Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay, they suck. Baker Mayfield is hurt. He can't play anymore. Blah, blah, blah. So they're saying all these things. The they'll shut Tampa Bay down, right? And Tampa Bay's offensive line is horrible. So, to give Baker Mayfield a break on that, he's playing behind no one. He's playing behind a very suspect line. So all that leads for them to be shut. So maybe what you could do too is look up you don't have to do it now, but tomorrow, look up the Tampa Bay team total and bet under that.
Okay.
All right. What's the next game we're going to look at?
The Saints and the Colts.
The Saints and the Colts. So doing research, I saw it during the game. And then during the game, they try to sanitize things a little bit. The camera moves and you're like, oh, stay on there. And it was redneck Carr, quarterback for the Saints, cursing out a young Ohio State receiver, Olave. So all this Ohio State, Urban Meyer guys, they're all hood dudes. So a white dude, redneck dude with a truck and chewing tobacco in practice and blah, 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 chewing out a dude from the hood. And I looked at him, he wasn't taking it right. So, my mom threw me out of the house when I was 18. I lived in the hood until I was 26. So reading this kid, he didn't look like he was too happy. Yeah, he did get the face like, talking to me like that? I already got my money, man. He did make a play later. It was similar to what happened on Monday night with Kirk Cousins and Addison, except O'Connell's more organized. So when there was that pass, Addison did not fight for it. And the 49er cornerback wanted more and took it from him. The same play happened later, and Addison fought. But the way they handled it, looking at it, was that the receiving coach went and talked to him. And Kirk Cousins stayed with quarterback coaches and stuff like that. Now, as I hate using the word business consultants because 80% of business consultants have no clue what they're talking about. So as a business concierge, counsel business, basic rule of management, right? Basic one-on-one management is you never chew out or embarrass anyone in public. You never chew them out in front of the other employees. Carr was chewing out Olave on national TV, which is like the complete opposite of that. And then Olave, I heard through the grapevine, and then I read the newspaper article. Olave got a DUI after that. But New Orleans cops being New Orleans cops changed it to speeding, which what got into the newspaper. So that tells me they're going to the Colts, Gardner Minshew, because you gotta remember, some teams don't necessarily want to make the playoffs, and because they don't pay the travel costs. And a team like the Colts, where Irsay is a crackhead, right? Read Google the story where he got caught with a prostitute, again, a pound of cocaine. But he had 30,000 ecstasy pills, which makes zero sense. You own the Colts, right? You shouldn't need 30,000 for this distribution. I don't even know what's going on. Maybe he bought it for the prostitute so she could sell it, whatever. Not good. But bottom line for us betting is that he doesn't get backups. And he gets Gardner Minshew as a backup. Gardner Minshew is better than Anthony Richardson. Pound for pound, he's a better passer. He's a smarter guy. He's always getting cheated. He's from Washington State. When he was at Washington State, he should have won the Heisman. He had the statistics for it. But you got to look at the Colts a little differently because Gardner Minshew is the real deal. The Saints are having problems. So I like the Colts -1 over 43 because both teams are cheap. And I learned my lesson from last week. Teams are wearing down early. And you're noticing guys that are playing every snap on defense and then every snap on special teams wearing down earlier than what they did in the past for whatever reason. I think it's COVID, right? Cardiovascular problems with COVID, but we don't know. But for whatever, the money screen getting ahead of that. So I like the Colts -1 over 43. What do you think, Lance?
Yeah, I agree with the Colts -1. I kind of feel like it's gonna go under. I feel like it's gonna be a low scoring game for these two, but they could blow it out of the water and go over.
All right. So we're gonna get someone like Jim Coventry
Mhm.
break that tie. Break the tie between Melissa and I.
Yes.
The Colts and the Saints. I see Melissa's point because both teams are so pathetic.
Mhm. Yeah.
But they're playing inside in a dome. Both teams have domes. So
Mhm.
winners score touchdowns. Losers kick field goals. These being two loser teams kicking field goals all the time, they're in a dome, which makes it easier on the kicker.
Oh, yeah.
The environment. So that's why I like the over in this situation. But we'll get Jim to break the tie, and we'll publish the consensus picks on the website, and then Sunday morning on Twitter. What's the next game we're gonna look at?
The Jaguars and the Steelers.
This game we got right on Circa. We got this game right. The many people got wrong, but now Tomlin is, I believe, 7-3 coming off a bye. That's 70%. Highest level of probability is 80%. But more important than that, I used that to bet the Steelers last week, and I'm $950 richer for it. So again, who cares about statistics? Who cares about facts? How does that fact or that statistic put money in your pocket? That is what is important to Melissa and I. So Tomlin gets that win coming off a bye. I like his defensive front that he's got going. He's an old school coach, put it on the defense, going against Trevor Lawrence, who's accident prone, turnover prone. So what do you think about this, Melissa? You're betting games at a high level, right? You can live in Vegas on the level that you're picking games.
Mm-hmm.
Big controversy in sports betting. Can you predict turnovers? Yes or no? To me, it's still a theory, but I'm in the camp that you really can't predict turnovers because these guys practice ball security. Even though some coaches like to, Belichick included, like to plan for turnovers, I really think you can rely on. What are your thoughts on that?
I think if you really studied each team closely and knew each player and their stats and their habits, you could predict it. But in a realistic world, I don't think you can predict it.
No, I don't think so.
It's quite unpredictable, in my opinion.
But Trevor Lawrence is turnover prone. He's not an accurate quarterback.
Yeah.
A good defense. You're going to put pressure on him. I don't see this game getting over 42, and I'm getting points. Both are Super Bowl winning coaches. However, the reason Peterson won a Super Bowl in Philadelphia was because of Frank Reich. Frank Reich was the offensive quarterback coach, and they did it with Knowles or whatever his name, Nick Foles. So I'm not a big Peterson guy. Neither is Melissa, but for other reasons, for that debacle with the Chargers against the Jaguars. But give me the Pittsburgh Steelers under 42 points. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with the Steelers. I feel like it's gonna go over 42. Maybe it's gonna be a push.
Right. That's cool. I mean, sometimes it takes me years to explain people a push, and you're like predicting them. But we'll get a tiebreaker on there.
Okay.
One of our trusted associates, like Jim Coventry, who does a great job. Listen to him. He's an expert in fantasy football. national football champion in fantasy. God knows how much money he makes in fantasy. But that's a game that we're stuck on. It could be where a game where Melissa and I disagree on, you bet more on what we do agree on. Because
Exactly.
what we disagree on is probably going to be nuts, probably going to be crazy.
Yeah.
It was going to go over and it hit the post.
Oh, I hate those games.
Yeah, they could go either way. All right. What's the next game we're going to look at?
The Texans and the Panthers.
Texans and the Panthers. Actually, I am going to, let me double check here, but I'm going to change that pick because this is the pick Jim that's helping us with Circa sent in.
Mm-hmm.
I liked, first blush, I was liking Frank Reich coming out of the bye. All right. Against the Texans, Texans did well last week. CJ Stroud is doing better. They're both going against each other than the rookie quarterback for the Panthers, Bryce Young from Alabama. Yeah, he likes the Texans -3. So again, listening, and people get listening wrong. That's another thing, right? Number one is there's a movie going on in your head, so you have to stop the movie, put it on pause, and listen to what the other person has to say. And then, especially in sports betting, you listen first to understand. You do not listen to argue. We get caught up, especially in relationships. You get listened, but you're not really listening. You're listening just to argue what the other person says, versus just turning everything off into neutral, making as blank as you can get it, right? And listen to understand, not to argue, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
I'm going to listen to Melissa and Jim, two people who watch football every week, who are very, very intelligent. And I'm going to switch my pick. Guess what? I don't know everything. And I haven't bet this game. He wants it for certain. We're going to go Texans -3 under 42. What do you think, Melissa?
Agreed. That was my pick. I see Panthers going, let me see, 0-7 on Sunday. I don't see them having a fair chance. They are easily the crappiest team in the NFL right
Yes.
now. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that game.
And we move on. What's the next game we're going to look at, Melissa?
Yes, the Eagles and the Commanders.
I'm a Game of Thrones fan, so I'm like, the Lord Commanders against the Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. I love number 15 with a sack, doing the whole It was fun to watch. I'm thinking, yeah, this is another one I'm going to switch. Because if this line goes to 10,
Mhm.
then I'm going to bet the Commanders. But right now, the Eagles -6. It's going to be the Eagles -6.
Mhm.
Reading the Washington Post, one of the better players came out and he said, I'm sick of this bullshit. And Benelmi, a guy who not only did he, he's beaten up every wife and girlfriend he's had, got himself in trouble. That's why he's not a head coach, even though he never should have been head coach anyways, because Andy Reid was the one calling the plays, not Benelmi. He goes and beats up a ticket taker at a parking lot, a female, right?
Mhm.
It's an male ex-football player, right? How's he have a job in the NFL? I don't know. But again, you look at deal breakers and red flags. What matters to us, it's not the idle gossip or gossiping about this man's personal life, is his emotional control with the players. So they've been shut out. It's got to the media. So when it gets to the media, it's like a politician. The politician is doing dirt. And they're switching suitcases full of money. So when it gets to law enforcement and it gets to the media, that's really bad. They're the highest level of corruption, and they're pissing people off. So he's pissing off his whole team. They're quitting on him. They have shut out. How can you shut out? You shouldn't be able, the way offenses are now, you can't even shut out a high school team, much less college, much less pro. Pro has to score something. They get shut out, there's something going on. Now they're going against the Eagles. Eagles are a professional team, division game. If it gets to 10, though, double-digit dogs in the division, no matter how inexplicable it is, cover 2-0 this year. It covers 80% of the time. You never bet blindly. But all that to say, I like the Eagles -6 over 43 because it is a division game. And you got to think you have extra plays saved up for each other. What do you think, Melissa?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree.
All right. Eagles -6 over 43.
Yes.
Bounce back week for us, and it's return to the mean. So again, the guy who won Jeopardy, the all-time money winner in Jeopardy, according to him, he's a professional sports bettor. And then when you start talking about, obviously, that's something we'll do at some point. We got to befriend him, Melissa, and get him at a bar, having a few drinks to tell us what his real strategy is. But what he said publicly, that his strategy is return to the mean. And I put it in the episode notes, and I'll have it on the website when we post the website, the podcast on the website. I'll put it there exactly what return to the mean is and Hawthorne effect. So what return to the mean is, and he says he's built his career on this, and this is what he used in Jeopardy to be the all-time winner, is when an unusual event goes one way and you have a good team involved, bet on things going the other way. Or the NFL has 4 built-in wins for each team. And on the NFC podcast, Adrian Ron mentioned it. Oh, yeah, the full built-in wins you talk about. Because what we do on this podcast is we give you information you cannot get anywhere else. So Adrian Ron noticed that. Nobody's talking about that. That each NFL team, no matter how bad they are, even the Panthers, how pathetic they are, they have 4 built-in wins. Now you say, Josh, there's been teams that only won 2 games. Because what's important for us is not who wins or loses the game. It's if they're going to cover the spread. So teams are going to cover 4 games for sure, no matter how bad they are. Right?
Right.
So when you're looking at the Lord Commanders, they'll cover 4 games this year. They'll cover the 4 built-in wins, right? But they're not going to be much more than that. And I got the season total for the Commanders at under 8, and I thought it was a gift. So this is where I see them going on a long losing streak. But again, returns from the mean is a tool. Host Singer, I think is his name. He lives in Vegas. He says he just uses that to bet on games, and he uses it on Jeopardy. But my opinion is, and let me know what you think, Mel. My opinion is that it's a tool. It's not the end all be all to pick every game and do it. So we have a lot of tools we use in our toolbox. What do you think, Melissa?
Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. It's definitely a tool, and it's a great strategy in my opinion.
Yeah. Return to the mean. And the thing goes one way, and if you got a competent figure, look for the event. You go in the other direction.
Yep.
And monetize it. Put money in your pocket doing that. In the different ways too, doing it. Yeah. When I used to set up the office pool on how long the new manager was going. New manager, the old manager lasted 10 years. return to the mean will be this person can last 6 months. I digress. What's the next game we're going to look at?
The Rams and the Cowboys.
All right. So for us, we were break even, and we're usually around 70%. Return to the mean. Maybe next we get some 90% action going. So the Rams and the Cowboys is next game. I like the Cowboys -6 under 45 because McVay being a genius, right? Boy wonder. People think he's an offensive guy that his games go over. No, he plays complementary football. The Cowboys defense it's really, really good. Parsons is really, really good. The Rams have a horrible offensive line. They have slow receivers. Everybody's Cooper Kupp, and then they play the air raid. So the air raid, the quarterback reads the defense, and the wide receiver reads the defense. And whatever defense they're in, if it's zone, people go across. If it's man-to-man, people go vertical routes. So Stafford read the defense. He won't look at Kupp, right? And Kupp will read the defense. He'll run the pattern and look for the ball. It's going to happen in this case. Both guys are smart. Both guys won a Super Bowl doing this. Stafford is not going to have time to throw. And Stafford is an old, fragile quarterback. You're going to have to get rid of the ball quick. And if a quarterback makes 3 first downs with his legs, that team wins 70% of the time. Stafford can only run it maybe once a game because he's old. So, for that and many other reasons, give me the Cowboys -6, under 45. I don't think the Rams will be able to score. And McCarthy already said he wants to be like the Eagles and with a big lead, run clock, and just get out of there with a W. What do you think, Melissa?
Yeah, I agree. I definitely saw some what game did they play with this week? Hold on. Sure. My ADHD is really bad right now. Steelers, that's right. I definitely saw some hiccups with the Rams last week with the Steelers, and
Steelers defensive line ate him up, and
yeah.
the Cowboys have probably a better defensive line than Steelers.
Yeah, exactly. Cowboys are doing pretty good this year, so I think the Cowboys are going to take this one from the Rams and kick their butt.
Right. And the Rams loaded up for their Super Bowl run.
Mm-hmm.
The owner of the Rams, Kroenke, was also the owner of Walmart. So Walmart, we know Walmart is cheap. And they believe, right, as a wealth manager, Walmart believes is in low labor costs.
Mm-hmm.
For us means I won a Super Bowl. I got busted for fraud. So he gets busted for fraud and has to pay back the city of St. Louis $1 billion. So the guy's cheap to begin with. He's not paying for taxes. So the offensive line is beat up. They have no backups going against Dallas. The owner is Jerry Jones, worth $23 billion. The oil refinery's got a new contract with Germany, who isn't getting oil from Russia. So that's how geopolitics affects the NFL and how we make money on these games. Yep. So the Cowboys can pay for backups. Yeah, Jerry Jones doesn't care. So for that and many other reasons, we like, how about them boys? Yep. -6, under 45.
That's right.
What's the next game we're going to look at?
Oh. I just realized the numbers on this game. Row. I might have to change my pick here.
All right, so the next game I see on the spreadsheet here is going to be double-digit dog in the division. We have Bill Belichick that only cares about division games, right? And we saw that last week against the Buffalo Bills. 1-5 goes in there, and he wins a division game against the Bills. And better yet, I predicted it was going to happen, and I'm $950 richer for it. So that's what we do on this podcast. We give you the whys, right? Belichick only cares about division games. It's at home. It's won seven Super Bowls. He's gonna cover against the Bills, and plus you're giving me a bunch of points. Same thing is happening here. He historically loses a lot to Miami. Daniels, again, if you're the toughest, smartest person in any particular room, you are in the wrong room. And very impressed with Coach Daniels in Miami getting Vic Fangio to coach the defense instead of these other egomaniac coaches who are like, "Oh, I'll fix the defense myself," and they hire a yes man, a crony, but he's the one really running the defense and calling all the offensive play. Right? That's not smart, especially when you have the resources as a head coach. So he's bringing Vic Fangio. I like the Patriots to really do well in the first half. Now, Belichick's onto this, that Miami covers the second half line 80% of the time, right? But Parcells is the mafia he comes from. This is the Belichick Satan mafia against McDaniels, who comes from the Andy Reid mafia. I like the Patriots to cover 10.5 to get a good lead in the first half, because Belichick wants to get ahead in the first half because he knows he's complaining to the league, but they haven't done it. Changed it where the opposing team is in the sun the whole time. And as the sun goes up by the second half, Miami's in the shade. So it's an unfair advantage that a lot of people don't talk about, and that the NFL hasn't changed. Do we care? No, we don't want the NFL to change it. We're going to keep blowing up our bankroll betting Miami second half lines, which is that Florida second half lines are undefeated except for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Right? So you got to look at the red flags versus deal breakers. So it wasn't a deal breaker for me with the Bucks that they wanted to trade Mike Evans, but it was a red flag. I had to see him. I thought maybe he could win on defense. Now, as the year has gone on, they're the only home dog on Monday Night Football not to cover in Tampa Bay. And they're the only Florida team not to cover second half line.
Mm-hmm.
So they are the Succaneers. That's why we bet the Bills.
Yep.
I like Belichick to cover 10.5, or hopefully these lines will balloon more. I'll do a line change live stream before the NFL games after Thanksgiving into December. But for now, and that's part of my job, right? Buy it low, sell high. Mm-hmm. If I do my research and a stock is underperforming, that's when I buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Not when everybody's figured out. So,
right.
So we're happy people have not caught up to this. And I'll go. Double-digit dog in the division covers 80% of the time. You do not bet blindly. That's why I read the Boston Globe. That's why I read the Miami Herald. Follow their beat writers, good beat writers, on Twitter. I've been watching Belichick my whole life. So for that and many other reasons, I'm going to go. And your family's team, you watched as a kid. That's their team. Pats. I'm sure there have been many arguments about the Pats. But I like them. Plus the 10.5. It's going to go over 47. So if you live in the past, you die in the past. And I lived in the past last couple of years, not realizing that the old school coaches, these guys, these games are going over, including the past game last week. So I'm going to learn, create a new thinking pattern in my brain, and I'm going to go over 42nd in Miami second half line, especially if they're down. Right? So you never bet blindly. If Miami's up 30-0, you're not going to bet them in the second half line. But if the game is even, if Belichick has a lead, pound the Miami second half. What do you think?
Well, I'm gonna start with on DraftKings, it's down to 9.5.
Ooh.
And on Bovada, it's all the way down to 8.5, and that over under is 46.
Ooh. So it's going our way with a total. It's going against us with the side. I'm lucky that I picked the side right away when I saw double-digit dog in this. That was right away.
Yeah.
But I stopped to read the Boston Globe and then the Miami Herald. What they wrote right after that Sunday night loss there.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like the numbers are dropping because people are going for other things.
They're betting last week, right? Look at Belichick won last week. Miami lost last week. So you got a competent team, right? Because fundamental analysis people have gotten rich with. Nobody's gotten rich with technical analysis. People have gotten rich selling technical analysis.
Mm-hmm.
So fundamental analysis, you look at McDaniels being smart. He graduated from Harvard. So he can say, oh, yeah, I can coach a defense too. No, he got a smart guy to coach the defense. I'm like, okay, that's very good corporate management there. They're 5-2. They look good. Belichick's coming in there. They got a big win last week, but they're beat up too. It was a very physical game against Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
So I do like them to cover and go over, but I do like Miami on the second half line. And remember, you get 2 out of 3, 66%, 52.5% is break even. So you get 2 out of 3 of those, you're making money on the game. So you're watching it, you're having a good time, you're screaming at the TV, but you're also blowing up your bankroll.
Yeah.
We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
This is true. I do have one disagreement on that, and that's I got the Dolphins -9. We'll see.
Actually, it's the same. We can both be right on that.
Yeah.
We got 10.5. You got Dolphins 9 over.
Yeah.
Which I could get behind that because it's not double digits.
Yeah. Yeah. So we can win it in all different ways.
Exactly. And that's the whole point.
Yep.
So I love it. That's great analysis. You can't get anywhere else on that game. All right. What's the next game we're gonna look at?
The Jets and the Giants.
So I always look at teams coming off a bye. And do they have a really good coach? The Jets are coming off a bye, and they don't. Basically, it's a home game for both teams. Brian Daboll has no talent. The Mara family does not invest in the team, does not invest in backups. You look at their participation chart, which I'll bring up real quick. They have, which is not good long term. That's why they got blown out in the playoffs. They will not make the playoffs this year. It's just not good if you have a defensive player playing all the snaps on defense and all the snaps on special teams. It's impossible, right? And if, who knows what it is. But if COVID causes cardiovascular issues, these guys aren't going to perform the way they have done in the past. And we know that if you live in the past, you will die in the past. So what's going on now? It's so important to be present, right?
Yeah.
What's going on now? What have you done for me lately? Right?
Yeah.
Let's look at the Giants' big one last week, which we predicted.
Yeah.
Brian Daboll's a good coach. So what happens when you have a good coach? The talent is equal. The team, the coach that's good is going to win. Right? You look at the Giants, all offensive linemen, 100% of snaps, not yet.
Yeah.
Right? Then you look at a guy like this. Linebacker, 62% of snaps, 41%. That's not good either.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, 23, and 80% of the snaps on special teams, not good.
Yeah.
At all. You know what I mean? So the Giants are going to wear down as the year goes along. It's going to be an emotional game. The highest concentration of Jews, Hebrews, and Jewish descent is in New York. So I figured this game is going to be very, 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 very close. They at halftime they memorialized the hostages they're being held in Gaza. It's a contentious situation where people in Congress have to be convinced. So this is going to be a very close game to entertain the masses. I see it being a close game. And I like Brian D-Ball. You're giving me points. It's a home game for both teams. The stadium will be split 50-50, even though there might be more Giants fan because in divorce settlements, there's a lot of divorce settlements in New York where people say, hey, listen, let her have the house, let her have the kids. I'm keeping the Giants tickets. Then she goes, no, you can keep the kids, you can keep the house. I'm keeping the Giants tickets. Because it's waiting list for Giants tickets. So Giants being designated the home team, there might be more Giants fans in that game. You're giving me 3 points. Again, the Giants don't have a lot of depth, so they're going to have to, and we'll go back to the Giants sheet here. The Giants have to, they're playing with a backup quarterback too. So the Giants have to control the clock, run the ball, keep the defense off the field to give them legs. So we'll go to the statistics last week. The Giants, let's see if they have, the team statistics. Pass attempts and completions. Giants only had 29 pass attempts. The opponent had 42, right? And let's see, total rushes. So it was 29 pass attempts. And let's look at the rushing. 29, 32. So they ran it more than what they passed it. 3.5 yards a carry equals a first down. So they're Washington. The Lord Commanders actually had a better average, and they still lost, right? Tyrod Taylor, 28 completions for 279 yards. So that means he was very conservative and did a lot of short passes. So he doesn't commit turnovers. And he keep the clock running. Let's see. For time of possession isn't important for everybody, but in this game, time of possession is going to be important. So let's see if we can find it right quick. Yeah, time of possession. Actually, the Lord Commanders had more. Lord Commanders had 42 pass attempts, but only 240, only 42 completions. Okay, that was a problem. That is horrible. That is so pathetic, Sam Howell. But I expected it from him. All right. So, complete disaster. Yeah, look at this. The average pass completion was 11 points. Horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yep.
They're going to try to do it again. So I love the under 36, Giants plus 3. What do you think, Melissa?
I'm gonna go for the complete opposite on both spectrums, and Jets minus 2.5 over 36.
Nice. So we'll get Jim, people from our network, to break both ties.
Yes.
And the consensus pick we will have on Twitter and on the website. What's the next game we're going to look at?
The Falcons and the Titans.
Yes. The opposite of this, right? Because I'm not a big fan of Robert Sly, who was just a defensive coordinator with Seattle for 1 year and the 49ers for 1 year. We know that John Lynch was the one who designs the defense for the 49ers. Then suddenly he becomes the head coach of the Jets. He has a below 500 record, and then Garrett Wilson sucks. The opposite is with the Titans. Brable covers the spread 70% of the time, 3-time Super Bowl winning linebacker. As a coach, you want a playoff game against Belichick, because I guess he hates Belichick, even though he's his mentor, part of his mafia. And he beat the Andy Reid football mafia family in Kansas City as well as the head coach. He's coming off a bye. He's playing a pathetic team, the Atlanta Falcons, who really did not beat the Bucs. The Bucs lost the game. What happened? Desmond Ridder still shaky. 3 turnovers last week against the Bucs. That's why the Bucs lost. You get 3 turnovers, you should win that game. But I digress. Now they're going to Brable, who covers the spread 70% of the time, coming off a bye. Brable's a defensive coach. Smith, his defense is average, and he's really one-dimensional. He has to run the ball. So let's look at these statistics. And now, me being in numbers, and then having the client that has a World Series ring telling me that analytics work in baseball, but not in football. She will not take any football clients. I look at the data, right? And the data isn't really valid until now, which is week 8. Now we have 7 weeks to kind of look at between the high and the low. So let's look at the Atlanta Falcons last week. So you're Atlanta Falcons. Man, that's what. Look at Tampa Bay, right? 1.8 yards a carry.
Oh my goodness.
So
Too bad.
0.5 yards each carry equals a first down, right? 3 times 3.5 equals a first down. Atlanta was 4.1. That's good. So they rushed it 38 times. They threw it 25. So they're going to run more than pass it. Remember, they have a rookie QB. Now, something that's been 100%. The highest level of probability is 80%. But this year I've tracked it, it's 100%. And it's not the house's money, my money. I'm going to ride this. You got a veteran defensive coordinator as Brable going against a young quarterback. The defensive guy has won 100% this year. So I'm going to ride that and go Brable minus the 2. I got under 38. I bet that right away. I saw both teams. And the Titans had been on a bye. I jumped on the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, did my due diligence, which I have a fiduciary responsibility to the public to not lose the money. So I have to do my due diligence. So I did do my due diligence. I'm like, this is under. So I got the early number under 38. We know that the average score of an NFL game is 45. But when you're running it 38 times, and you're only letting your QB throw it 25 times, and he committed 3 turnovers, they would have lost you the game against most teams as Tampa Bay didn't suck so bad. Give me the under 38. Whatever the under is, I would go under. Give me the Titans +1 is what I got. What do you think, Melissa?
The over-under is on DraftKings is at 35.5 as of right now.
Okay.
So it's definitely going, it's dropping. Where is it on the bottom? 35. So it's the same on the bottom, pretty much. But I'm going with the same for the Titans. They're gonna cover. I think it's gonna go over that 35.
All right. Cool. We'll get Jim's opinion on that one.
Yeah.
Nice. And then so that's probably going to go crazy, right? It's going to be a field goal that hits the bar.
Yeah.
So people will say, all right, so Josh and Melissa disagree on the total. I'm just going to pound the side that we both agree. And that's a strategy.
Right.
But the consensus picks will be on Twitter and on the website.
Yes.
What's the next game we're going to look at?
The Vikings and the Packers.
All right. Packers let me down last week.
Yeah.
So when the Hawthorne effect, right? So when I do the Hawthorne effect, you look at it, is it bad pick or is it bad luck? So there's a 20% luck factor in every game. The highest level of probability is 80%. So when you're at the level Melissa and I are, if we do our research, there's going to be a probability up to 80%, 20% luck factor. I looked at, let me know what you think, Melissa. I looked at the Packers lost last week against Denver.
Of all teams.
Yeah, of all teams, right? Through different lenses, though, right? So if I would have used the Jeopardy guy, return to the mean, the Broncos have Denver, the city of Denver, has, throughout the history of the Denver Broncos and the NFL, the highest winning percentage at home than any other team. They're a professional team with a Super Bowl winning coach. They're at home, and they were 0-3 the previous games. So just purely using return to the mean, you would have picked the Broncos. I picked the Packers because the Packers were a better, more talented team, and they needed a win as well. You had Vince Joseph, veteran defensive coordinator, against a young coach, which has been 100%. So I easily could have gone with the Broncos. But I went with the Packers. And again, the Packers, I think a field goal did hit the post, they would have won. Right? So I say that's 20% luck factor.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a bad pick last week with the Packers, or was it bad luck? What do you think, Melissa?
I don't think it was a bad pick because I thought the same thing. I think it was just bad luck for that one. Because we had all of our data right. We had all of our, we had all of our reasons right for the Packers to win. And for some reason, they didn't pull through.
Right.
What that reason may be, it's a mystery. Mystery. Can't say that word right.
Well, Sean Payton is a Belichick guy, and he plays vanilla, rigid thinking, right? He plays vanilla the first 6 games of the season, doesn't start game planning to the 7th game of the season, which this was the 7th game of the season. So again, you live in the past, you die in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So thinking about that 0-3 start, you got a veteran defensive coordinator. You could go either way. I think it was half bad pick, half bad one.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
So now I'm waiting for this. Let me know what the lines are now, Melissa.
Oh, yeah, I'll put it up right now.
So 10 by Sunday. And I'm going to pick the Broncos, Vance Joseph, to go against Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, Andy Reid from the Andy Reid football mafia family.
Mm-hmm.
They'll lose, I think, the same way they lost last time, but they'll cover 10 points if it goes to 10 points. Go with double-digit dog in the division, right? Double-digit dog in the division covers 80% of the time. You don't bet it blindly. I did my due diligence. I read the Kansas City Star. I read the Denver Post. And I like the over 45 though. You have two. I'm using a lot of my tools this week. And I guess because last week I underperformed, even though I got even. I'm getting back to the tools, right? So the tools I'm using here are doing the due diligence. Number 2 rule of betting, always do your research.
Mm-hmm.
I did watch it, right? You never bet blindly. So you never bet a team you have not watched play. That's why we have the NFL Sunday Ticket. We've seen all these teams play, so we're far from betting blindly on this team. And they had a Thursday night game. Super Bowl winning coach Sean Payton, Vance Joseph, defensive coordinator there, good guy. And then the whole return to the mean situation. Two offensive guys coaching against each other. When two defensive guys coach against each other, or a coach who's a run heavy coach, that game will usually go under. When two offensive guys, Sean Payton's an offensive guy, Andy Reid's an offensive guy, when both these guys go against each other, usually that game will go over. So I like the Denver Broncos plus 10 if it gets there, and over 45.
That's actually at 7.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm actually in agreement.
Yeah.
So if the Chiefs at 7, I would take the Chiefs. What is it now?
Yeah, we'll see if it goes back up. Right now it's at 7.
Right now it's at 7.
Yeah.
So I'm like, that's the thing. That's the other thing too about the process. Never bet emotionally. When you make a decision impulsively, especially betting, you're in trouble, right?
Right.
Just solely doing return to the mean, solely doing pattern recognition, solely using what team you think is better, right? You're in trouble. You got to use several of your tools to analyze this, to make money consistently. So Sunday night, you look at your game, you want to bet it, you read the hometown paper, the beat writer, see what's going on, text your friend who's a fanatic of that team, right? And then bet it. 80 to 90% of the bets will be done tonight. I'm doing them tonight on Wednesday.
Right.
And start looking at college. And then there's some games that I'm going to look at Sunday to bet. The Broncos, I bet already at 9. And I was going to bet it again because I thought it was going to go to 10. It's not so. It's the Chiefs minus 7. So actually, Melissa and I are in agreement on this.
Yeah.
So I agree on the Chiefs. Fat ass Andy Reid over 7.
Yes.
We both agree on the over 47.
Yes.
Love it.
I had it under 47 because it was originally under 40, or it was originally 47 in the beginning of the week, but it's dropped down to 45, 46. So I'm going with the over now.
100%. And these teams have played each other before.
Yeah.
So both being Super Bowl winning guys means that they learn from their mistakes and they notice weaknesses they should have attacked the first time. They'll attack the second time to make Melissa and I money. That's what's important about that.
Yes.
That's what's important about that fact. That it's putting money in our pocket. All right.
Right.
What's the next game we're going to look at?
I think we were actually looking at the Vikings and the Packers. And then we started talking Broncos.
Oh, yeah, we didn't finish that one up. I like the Vikings plus 1.5 over 37.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that too.
You got two young head coaches. So what happens is in meetings, right? If you have Belichick, he's a defensive guy, and they're deciding, right? Should we grind this game out, make it a smash mouth game, or should we make this a shootout? Belichick, the defensive guy, says, no, we're going to, Tomlin, right? We are going to put it on the defense. No shootout. Okay, fine. This case, you have a young offensive guy like McConnell. You have a young offensive guy like LaFleur, both from the Andy Reid football mafia family. So you got two young offensive guys going against each other in Green Bay. And you're giving me a low number? Oh my God, you're giving me 37?
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
I know.
That's over all the way, my friends. Regardless, if we live in the past, you die in the past. So this number is setting up those poor fools who live in the past who are going to die in the past. Yeah.
Oh, it's
So we're
true.
making money. Hey, we're not the only ones doing it. We're leveraging the weakness of those. But hey, Melissa and I are doing our part. We're telling you to be present. What worked
Yeah.
for you last month or 5 years ago might not necessarily work for you now. It might, depends on what you're doing, but it might not. There's some wiggle room for you to make a decision. And remember, I haven't got into it this year, but this year is very important. Situational intelligence, along with looking long term, right? Looking at the long term is higher level thinking. When Hamas went into one kibbutz, this kibbutz had 250 Israelis and 17 Hamas members went in there. The 250 Israelis lived, and the 17 Hamas soldiers died. Some were shot, but some Israelis went up and they ripped the clothes off Hamas and hung them with their own clothes. Right? So what happened? The 250 Jews in the kibbutz or whatever were smarter from a situational standpoint, what's happening now standpoint, than the Hamas guys trying to get them. And what happened? 17 Hamas dead, 250 Israelis alive. Right? That's an extreme example. But we use it in sports betting because we're not only just competing against other sports bettors, we're competing against the book. And the book says, okay, most people live in the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. They're kind of messing up because, the game was under, right? The Vikings scoring 22 points on the San Francisco defense was good, right?
Right.
And the Packers are going to open up the offense, and this is a division game, even though the Packers were under game last week. But that was last week. What's going on this week? What are you doing for me lately? So I love this over. I'm going to bet double on this over.
Yeah. Me too.
Love it. Love it. All right. What's the next game we're going to look at?
Uh, the Clowns and the Seahawks.
The Clowns are a very, very erratic team. They might be, they're supposed to getting away from analytics. Everybody's supposed to, and I love the analytics, Melissa, because when there were analytics teams, because of what my client said, I was close to 70% on analytics teams. Just purely, not betting it blindly, but I knew they were an analytics team, always bet against them against the spread. I think that they're still doing analytics for the draft, but they're not doing it for game planning. Very erratic. The owner is a criminal. Their quarterback's a criminal too. He wouldn't be playing in the NFL if he did what he did, and that happened to be my sister or somebody that was close to. He wouldn't be playing in the NFL right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
They're going to the Hornets' Nest. Pete Carroll, 3-time college national champion, been to 2 Super Bowls. And, he made the family mistake, or else he would have won the Super Bowl, of meddling with the offense, calling plays. They lose the Super Bowl. But I digress. They're playing the Clowns. The Clowns are very, very beat up. They're down at running back. They have injuries on the offensive line. People are living in the past with what the Browns have done previous weeks. Right? So we're going to make more money off people living in the past and Vegas taking advantage of it. So we are going to be in business with Vegas. And I'm going to go. The Seahawks minus the 3 points. And I saw it early at 41, now at 38. I'm going to learn from my mistakes. Right. So the old me would have said under all the way. Pete Carroll's a defensive coach, blah, blah, blah. But now with teams wearing down early. And Pete Carroll, part of that defense in the book Win Forever, they wrote with Yogi that we have on our Twitter, Yogi Roth. He said, I'm never going to change my defense. So his defense is predicated on young, fast guys. So again, with the air raid. So the air raid, if you have 8 people on the line, you're going to throw the ball. If you have 7 people on the line, you're going to run the ball. So what Pete Carroll does is he kind of floods that, trying to goad you into a run play with fast, lighter defensive line. What happens is these guys wear down. So when the Browns start pounding him a little bit, the Seahawks get up to a lead. That's going to go over 38.
Yeah.
We'll go over 38 points. The average score of an NFL game is 45 at 38, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a full touchdown back. So that's almost like a key number because 38 and 7 is 45. All right. And literally 40% of being a good sports bettor is math. Return to the mean, that's statistics, that's math. Knowing your key numbers. And then in conjunction, the way teams want to play.
Mm-hmm.
I see Seattle wearing down a little bit in the second half and having the game go over. Almost like Alabama, Tennessee last week, where it was structurally, it was an under game. But because of what's going on right now, the teams wearing down a little early, I could, definitely it's going over the 38 points. If you had it at originally 41, you got to look at it because then you're looking at 42, which is a key number. I still had it under, but at 38 is too low. Yep. And this is a game kind of monitor, see if it goes even lower.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes lower than 35, you go over the 35. What do you think, Melissa?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I've got, the Seahawks to cover the 3 points. I'm going to monitor the over under, the totals. I think if it drops even more, I'm gonna snag it on the lowest.
Right. Exactly.
For the over. So whatever the lowest number that it'll be by Sunday, I'm gonna snag the over on that. But
I'll message you on Sunday. I'll be like, oh, this is what I got. This is what I see. Because it's like shopping, right? You always have to have a couple of sports books you look at. It's like shopping. You go to one grocery store, you go to Target, you go to Walmart, you go to Costco, you go wherever it's going to give you the best price.
Right.
That's value. Love it. I'm going to do the same. All right. What's the next game we're going to look at?
The Bengals and the 49ers.
All right. So 2 offensive coaches going against each other. 2 Andy Reid football mafia family. And the more I look at it, I try to forget, but the more I look at it, they're really clones of each other. That's why we have a high percentage picking every game, betting every game, using situational analysis, right, to change your mind. But for the most part, betting equal amounts on each game because they come from the same mafia families. Great video Melissa shared with me about people with rigid thinking and how 95% of people can't change and how people don't change their rigid mentality. So for us specifically are the 3 mafia football families, the Harbaugh mafia football family, the Harbaugh family, football mafia family. My thought was interrupted by the fact that the Harbaughs got caught.
Oh man.
Stupidly. Yeah, man. And we'll talk about that on the college podcast. How stupid. A sneak preview is if you're gonna do dirt, use an alias. Don't use your name. It's just what I'm saying. But anyways, I digress. Harbaugh family football mafia, the Reid family football mafia, and the Belichick and Satan family football mafia. And by identifying this rigid thinking that they have, we get close to the truth and we get ahead of up and we make a ton of money. And we have a lot of fun doing it. So
Right.
both these guys, I come from the Andy Reid football mafia family because they both coach for Andy Reid. And Andy Reid is not, if he was serious at mentoring his kids, one is dead and the other one's in jail. But he is very good at mentoring head coaches. These are two of them. And what they do is they follow the same formula. Shanahan, his dad, won 2 Super Bowls. It's almost a combination of both of them. But they both think, act a lot. They call it, play calling is very similar. So I like the Bengals, and basically it's going to be a tie because both teams are going to be doing the same thing. And very impressed with the Bengals coach, Taylor, is his last name. He has to do 15 jobs. I had a friend who worked in the front office with Bengals. And I knocked off about Marvin Lewis, their coach, who went to the playoffs and almost got beat. He's like, no, man, you're wrong. This man has to do 15 jobs because the Brown family, they're so cheap. Like your Chargers are so cheap that the head coach literally has 15 jobs that they're doing, right?
Yep.
So Taylor's young, he can do it. They got Lou Amarato, who's the defensive coordinator, who had never been a defensive coordinator before. And he was the cheapest guy they could find, but he did a good job hiring this guy. So that results in them going to the Super Bowl. That results in their offensive line giving up the most sacks 2 years in a row than any other team. And they still made it to the championship game. And if the refs didn't make a lot of questionable calls similar to the Philadelphia game, and people were going crazy about that, and we were like, no, we predicted it on the podcast. Can't complain about the refs. We're going to tell you what the refs are going to do 5 days before. You can listen to us and you can put money on it.
Right.
So I digress. So this game is going to be 2 coaches, 2 teams at the same time going against each other. It's going to basically be a tie because both teams are doing the same thing. 2 offensive coaches going against each other spells the over. Bengals coming out of a bye. So give me the Bengals plus the 6 points, over 45 points. What do you think, Melissa?
That number has actually dropped to 3.5.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Lucky I got it at 6.
I did too.
Nice. So we're way ahead of the game.
Yep.
Gonna tighten up or repost the video on data on what value really is because people lie about it. It's a mathematical equation. I think I showed Melissa once when we started. Real thing about it. So Melissa and I got what we feel is value from 3.5 to 6. We got it at 6 right away. So we got 2-point cushion. But even those listening now on the live stream, listening to us on Podbean, 3.5 is still good. And notice the strategy in that because 3 is a key number, right? So they made it 3.5, tells you that Vegas likes the Bengals.
That's my exact thoughts. But yeah, I agree with you on the sides, the over under, the whole enchilada.
Right.
I think Bengals are going to cover that 6 points that we both got, thankfully, before it dropped.
Right.
And it's going to go over.
Right. That's why situational intelligence is the highest level, close to the highest level of form of intelligence. And Melissa and I use that situational intelligence to get us some value on this line plus 6.
Yep.
Right. That's why this is the greatest sports betting podcast of all time. So we show you in great detail the way the sausage is made.
Yep, that's right.
In our case, blowing up a bankroll. Right.
This is true.
Love it. What's the next game we're gonna look at?
the Ravens and the Cardinals.
All right. The Ravens from the Harbaugh football mafia family. Now, John Harbaugh, coach for Andy Reid for 13 years. They have the same philosophy. And it applies to this game a lot. The quote from Andy Reid last week that I mentioned. And it's very curious what he said. As people get old, they get cognitive decline. And it's almost like Andy Reid has some truth serum. With him, it could be survival guilt. He's supposed to be, a deep Mormon guy. So maybe, he's saying things he shouldn't say, but it's helping us out to see exactly the way they think, right? So he says, question was about parity, right? When most teams are equal. We call it marginal utility. Marginal utility is very important. Marginal utility kind of plays into that Denver game too. Even though Denver was 0-3 at home, they have a bad record. They were 1-5. They're still a professional team with good coaches and good players. So when you say like the Bucks are bad, they're bad relative to other people in the league, but they're still a professional team. They're still good players. He says we're more focused on us getting better and what we're doing. Focus on what you can do. But then he said that's where he should have stopped. Right? So the more you talk, the worse shape you are in. If you're on a first date and you're talking, and not listening, the more you talk, the worse shape you're in. If you're making a sale, you can talk yourself out of the sale, right? A lot faster than you can talk yourself in a sale. So that's why God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Right? I get my outlet on the podcast. In business, I'm quiet. That's where he should have stopped. But then he gave us some good nuggets of how these people think. You sit back and you watch these games, and it tells you the parity that's going on in this league. It's doing PR now. You're not a PR guy. You're a football coach. It's crazy. It's great for all the cities in the league. So we translated it as that you can't kill the goose that kills the golden eggs. You still have to sell season tickets, T-shirts, so on and so forth throughout the season, even teams that have a bad record, like the Arizona Cardinals. So you're giving us, I made a lot of money throughout the years with this. Another one that I'm waiting to go to 10. I got it at 9 right away. He wants to win the game. He doesn't want to cover to keep Phoenix, Arizona, the city involved, engaged, right? And it's in the top 10 of cities with the highest Jewish population. There's a war in Gaza. Another reason why Mr. Harbaugh wants to keep the game close, doesn't want to blow them out. The Ravens rarely, we go back to return of the mean, right? Rarely covers 2 weeks in a row. The Cardinals offense with Josh Dobbs, they're going to run. The Ravens have a lights out defense. When you have a good defensive team and you have a good running game, it's almost impossible for you to cover a big line and for the game to go over. I think the game's going under. Give me the Cardinals +9, under 44.
You made some valid points. I think I'm going to go with the Cardinals on this one. I had the Ravens. Right now it's at 8. Yeah, it's at 8. So I think I'm going to make a little switcheroo and go for the Cards.
Okay.
But I agree with the under too. So Yeah, Cardinals less. Oh, it's 8 right now, so we'll do 8.
Yeah, even though the Cardinals are losing, I like the formula, little tweaks they did to the Andy Reid formula that all these Philadelphia Eagle guys are doing. I think this guy was the defensive coordinator for the Eagles last year. He's now the head coach of the Cardinals. And then Stishin or whoever the offensive guy is for the Colts. It might be reversed, but it doesn't matter because these are all clones. They don't think for themselves, right? And that's not good. It is not good for you not to think for yourself. And I'll go slightly into that. I'll give a parable when we get to the Raiders. But what's the next game we're going to look at? We love it, right? So go with the Cardinals, who are playing well, with Josh Dobbs, quarterback, can make it first down 3 times with his legs. That team wins 70% of the time. Josh Dobbs for the Cardinals can do that. And we don't need him to pick. We just need to give 9 points or whatever it is on Sunday. I already bet at 9.
Right.
What's the next thing we're going to look at?
Oh, a very, very, very interesting game that this is going to be. The Bears and the Chargers.
Yes. Now, we don't let Melissa bet the Chargers.
No.
However, she watches them every week. She suffers. She sees the highs and lows.
I suffer enough.
So she gives us every week your LA Chargers report. And what's your report this week, Melissa?
My report is not personally, but multiple fans feel like there's tension in the team, the Chargers. Eckler he's on a different page. You can see and feel the tension between him and Herbert and him and Staley with,
Right.
Herbert making calls and Eckler not following through with those calls. He's just in his own little world. So there's a lot of turmoil going on right now with the Chargers. It's a lot of frustrations. They're barely keeping it together. If they lose to the Bears, it would be a huge embarrassment because it's the Bears. I have strong faith that they will beat the Bears.
Yes.
But if by some magical reason they lose because they charge her too hard, then I don't know. I don't know where to go from there. But Staley has a lot to prove this week.
Right.
His ass is on the line. Pardon my French, but yeah.
Right.
that butt's on fire. So
Right.
not in a good way either. So I personally feel like the Chargers are going to cover. I think it's going to go over. It's going to be a messy game, I feel like. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I'm gonna look real quick at the Chargers coaching staff.
Yeah,
because the big change was bringing Kelvin Moore for the offense.
Kellen Moore is actually doing a lot of the same plays as he did with the Cowboys, and that didn't really benefit the Cowboys. So the fact that he's pulling these same stunts on the Chargers is showing that he's not doing what he should be.
Right.
Staley doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
In his the press things, he's all over the place. His ass is on the line, and he's a mess.
Right. So, some coaches have up to 30 guys. And remember what I said with cheap teams, the head coach has to do like 15 jobs. So off the top of my head, I see five. So there's 32 jobs, right? And off. So I remember Shiano when he's in Tampa, he had like 32 assists. So this guy, okay, so you got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's close to there. Except the head strength and conditioning is not a coach. Assistant strength and conditioning is not a coach. Quality control is not a coach. Right?
No.
So that's like -4 there. Doug
Yeah.
Nussmeier, right? He's your quarterbacks coach. He's only
Yeah.
coached in college. So obviously he's the cheapest quarterback coach they could get.
Yeah.
So with Herbert being a smart guy, being a really good, so they give him 2 plays in his head. So if he sees an 8-man front, he's going to throw it. If he sees a 7-man front, he's going to hand it off to Eckler. So what you're saying is that Eckler's just doing whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
And his quarterback's coach is not helping. Right. And neither is the offensive line coach, which I'll give him credit, whatever, but their offensive line is horrible. So Herbert has to get rid of the ball fast. He's always under a lot of duress.
Mm-hmm.
And the easiest thing for an offensive lineman to do, even if he sucks, is run block.
Yeah.
Well, the other teams know that. Chicago's pathetic. The coach is about to get fired. So the Chargers should blow them out. And because the Bears are so depleted and don't have backups, they should be able to get along and blow these guys out and get over 44. So I like the Chargers minus the 8. I took you because that's a key number. Because it should be a blowout. The only thing that might concern me might be a home game for Chicago. People go on vacation.
Oh yeah.
But Chicago sucks so bad. I don't know if I want to go on vacation to see the worst team in the NFL with a backup quarterback.
Right.
And Chicago people might stay on the beach rather than go to Inglewood. I would do that. I would stay on Manhattan Beach, Newport Beach, versus going to Inglewood. It's so fun. So fun.
Yeah.
Right. It's funny because I was thinking, okay, when are they going to find the first dead body in the water in Inglewood? It's so funny.
I know.
And I read about it like 3 months ago. Murder investigation. Body found in the water in SoFi. That's what it was. It's going to be...
They're cursed, I'm telling you.
August 2023. That's the first dead body found in the water in SoFi.
Oh my gosh. This is awful.
Inglewood is Inglewood. Where I was as a child. All right. So for that and many other reasons, we're going Chargers -8 over 44 points. Remember, 45 points is the average of the NFL game.
I will say, I think Herbert's going to be a little bit more focused in this game. I don't know if you noticed, but in the game with the Chiefs, he was scatterbrained, nervous because it's the Chiefs. You know, he really wanted to win it. It's the Chiefs. They're good.
The problem is the Chief team with a bad offensive line. The man has a fractured
finger. Yeah.
The middle finger, which is the fuck you finger, right?
I know. I love it.
So he's taking medication for that. He has no mind. I would be anxiety ridden.
Yeah.
And then he's not. So it's a double-edged sword. I don't like Carr yelling at him and then meeting with the receivers. I don't like that.
Yeah.
Herbert just sits down with Nussmeier and the backup quarterback. It was really bad when Chase Daniel was the backup quarterback and the quarterback's coach.
Yep.
That was really bad. He was just sitting with Daniel with the iPad and looking at stuff. Now they got Doug Nussmeier, which great. You got Doug Nussmeier. He's coached for years, but he's only coached in college. And we didn't coach in college. He was with the Cowboys with Colin Moore.
Right.
He needs more experience in that. He needs somebody who's been a different place.
Exactly.
And then you know what they're going to do. You got 2 coaches from Dallas, like you're saying. So, bad situation, but they'll get through this week.
Yeah, I think they're going to be more focused for this game. It's the Bears. Come on. They can't be nervous.
And they're in LA.
They're home. Yeah.
Number 2 highest Jewish concentration. So, you know what the rest are going to do.
Yeah.
It's for the
Exactly.
cities, as Andy Reid says. You
Yep.
got to protect the cities.
That's right.
All right. All right. What's the last game we're gonna look at?
The Raiders and the Lions.
Raiders and the Lions. Crazy week last week. Feel a lot better this week.
Yeah.
But Ron was always right. He said, "Be careful with the Lions. It's a trap game."
It was.
Against McDaniels, and people were concerned in Raiderland, and they asked McDaniels, the reporters even asked, "Are you going to be your own man, or are you going to be Bill Belichick?" And he decided to be Bill Belichick. And in life, just for your, no matter how much money you have, money's money, but money can only take you so far. You can have too much of anything. You can have too much money. You can have too much food. You can exercise too much. No matter what good it is, you can be too nice. Whatever good it is, if you do it in excess, it's bad for you. Right? And you, regardless of the money you make, you have to be your own man for your soul. You can have a complete soul. And it even says it in holy books, in the Bible. My dad's a preacher. I'm not as religious. But this story in the Bible always struck me. This guy was fighting with demons. And he says, "In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. In the name of Apostle Paul, I rebuke you." And the demons went, "Listen, we know who Jesus is. We know who Paul is. Who are you?" And who is Josh McDaniels? Josh McDaniels started 6-0. Then he get busted for the league for videotaping the other teams illegally. Like the Harbaugh family just got done busted. Telling the other teams, they knew what they were doing. So you take those games out, he has a 30% winning percentage. And when you look at his games, he's an offensive guy, been an offensive guy his whole life. Instead of getting into shootouts more often than not, like O'Connell and LaFleur do, because he can control the meeting now, right? Belichick would shut him down. Are we going into a shootout, or are we going to put it on the defense? Belichick would say, "Shut up, Josh. You're here because I'm friends with your dad. We're going to put it on the defense. We're going to run it." All right. Now he's his own man. He can get into shootouts. He's not. He's talking about complimentary football. Who talks about complimentary football? Belichick does. He's not his own man. It's a way of living and dying in the past. He's doing. He's living a slow death. The Bears blew him out last week. He should not be a coach. You read. I didn't even have to read the article. It's like, oh, I've been saying this for 2 years. The article in the Las Vegas Review Journal said, "Is Josh McDaniels overwhelmed? Should have even been a head coach." Right? So, like, earlier in the podcast, we talked about Bernard Friedman. He went in right and said, "Josh, you see with your eyes. You see with your eyes, Josh McDaniel. Monday Night Football. The Lions got blown out last week. It's hyped on Monday night. Detroit. Let's listen to Andy Reid. Read with your eyes. Andy Reid talks about the cities. It's great for the cities." That's why Mahomes, instead of covering the spread, slid to run out the clock. Right? That's what the Ravens aren't going to cover in Arizona. We're opening up your eyes to some things, Melissa.
Oh man.
Right? So
yeah.
Your Detroit Lions, the city of Detroit, need to win. And thank you to all those downloads we get from Detroit. We've been getting those downloads from Detroit.
Oh, nice.
You can geolocate them. And a lot of downloads come on Sundays at that sportsbook and casino right there.
Yeah.
And our geolocation say, "Hey, we're glad you're making money. We're going to make it easier for you guys to tip us out what you win." So for that and many other reasons, give me the Detroit Lions -7 under 45, because the Lions play zone. The Lions are very good at stopping the run. And that's the only thing the Raiders can do is run. They have a backup quarterback. You can't say living in the past more than Brian Hoyer. Brady backup.
I know.
Backup.
So awful.
With McDaniels. That's how the mafia works. That's why I call them a mafia. Josh, how do you know they're a mafia? Are they doing illegal things? Well, maybe not, but they operate like that. Like bringing a guy like Brian Hoyer there, just out of loyalty. Or maybe Brian Hoyer has to kick up to the bosses, ourselves, Belichick. I don't know. I just know what I see with my eyes. Trawling out an old, short quarterback who's never been good.
Right.
What do you think, Melissa?
I agree with that. Agree with it all the way. Right now the Lions, it's the line is at 8. Or the sides are at 8. So I think I got it at 8. I think it was yesterday when I got it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it was yesterday. I got it at 8 for the Lions. I think it's gonna be under 45. Raiders aren't gonna do that good, especially with the backup quarterback.
Right. I remember just reading the Las Vegas Review-Journal and then reading the deep press about the past games. And then I looked at it. I think it was Monday morning.
Mhm.
It was at 7. So I put that right away.
Yeah.
-7, under 45.
Hmm.
Making that money,
Oh yes.
watching football. What are your final thoughts, Melissa? Man, Monday night. This week looks like a lot of fun. Good week to forget about everything, watching some NFL football.
Yeah, I'm excited for Monday Night Football because I'm going with the Monday Night Home Dog this time.
Well, it's not a home dog; it's going to be a home favorite, but
Or yeah, that one, the home favorite. Sorry.
right.
So I'm going with that. Finally, and I feel good about
That's
this
how you
week.
learn, man. I'm trying
Yeah.
to force it down, but that's where you learn.
Yeah,
Experiential learning.
yeah. No, this week feels a lot better than last week. Last week I had a very hard time with making my picks. I was,
You got to trust your instincts, right? So that's good.
exactly.
Trust your intuition.
Yeah, my intuition was very wonky last week.
That's another form too that people live in the past. Something happens, they lose confidence, they stop trusting their instincts. And you gotta
Yeah.
remember
Yeah.
that anything is 80%. So your instincts are gonna be right.
Yeah.
8 out of 10 times. You're not gonna be right 10 out of 10 times. That's that 20% luck. Look back there, 80-20 rule. Learn that.
Yeah. Yeah, this week feels better. I'm clear in my head. We're gonna get this 70% again. We're gonna get back up there.
Love it. And then the mental health part of it. We're gonna enjoy doing it at the same time.
Yep.
We're
That's
gonna
right.
laugh. We're gonna cry. We're gonna get mad and scream.
Yeah.
We're gonna live life. However, you do not have to pay Action Sports $300. I'm getting good. I'm gonna be good with Hawthorne Effect. Listen to our podcast, our Twitter posts, our Instagram posts, TikTok videos are not entertainment based, they're educational based to help you make money. So you don't have to pay Action Sports $300. Just listen and follow our content. Okay. So we give the content away for free. And because when you give one, you always get 10 back. Right? Got plenty of examples. So I'm gonna write down all the examples where I've just given one and I've gotten even more than 10 back just by giving one without expecting anything in return. And like Winston Churchill said, you make a living from your labor, but long term, right? Higher level thinking. You make a life from what you give. Thank you for listening to the ESBC podcast network.